he has no action items, so I need to planning in place. And I appreciate that. Being ready. I just have on this week. You give us some more encouragement.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and for all the blessings you provide. Lord, I ask you to give us the wisdom and the guidance we need to lead our tribe and to help us make the best decisions for the tribal members. And we ask you to protect all of our tribal members that are on and off the reservation. And Lord, help us with this COVID pandemic and keep it at bay and make it possible for all. Lord, I thank you for all that you do and all that you provide. In Jesus' name, amen. So since he has no actions, they don't.
Whenever you're ready, just come up to the mic.
Good.
Make sure your mic is on so we can all hear your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will Fish is handing out two handouts. One's my report, and in that report, on the halfway through, is the two action items I have for council's consideration. There's also an additional handout. The additional handout is a synopsis of the history of the Planning Department and the Reservation Planning Commission. March has been a very busy month, a very exciting time, I would say, in history. On March 3rd, as we all know, the Congress passed the American Rescue Plan, signed into law on August 11th. A lot of the programs are very beneficial to Indian country. So the two action items I have, the first one is a priority as far as allowing the tribe to pursue small business credit initiative funding. The tribe has to file a notice of intent. The planning department, as you know, very well prepared. The initial deadline was April 10th. The new deadline is June 11th. However, just like to get this action noted in the record, so when we do pursue this opportunity, we can file that notice of intent.
So to you have those action items in his report.
Did we get it yesterday? Yes, no.
Go ahead, Dion. Where's yours?
For the Small Business Credit Initiative and to authorize the tribal chairman to sign and submit the necessary documentation to the U.S. Treasury Department as presented by Planning Director Matt.
So moved by Lake Charter.
Oh, Zach.
Second.
There's
Question?
question by Akila Haska.
Elon Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Olivia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Travel Vice Chairwoman,
No.
Travel Secretary,
Yes.
Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council. Executive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with the funding source for Bruce Jones, that'll be, you have that in your budget?
It's just a work order. I don't know if there's any fees or anything. It's just authorizing Bruce Jones to assist with the gathering of the financials necessary for reaching out to lenders regarding the tribe's financial, regarding the debts.
Okay, and then we already have a contract with Bruce Jones, right?
Yes, and this task order will be made pursuant to the contract that was initially signed, I think, in June of 2019, and then extended on January 1st of this year. Expires at the end of this year, as I understand.
Sorry to interrupt, Matt. Can you speak a little louder?
Sure. Lake Traverse asked the question about the contract that this task order is made pursuant to. Bruce Jones is under a contract with SWO as a consultant, and this is a task order made pursuant to Bruce Jones's contract.
You yield the floor again.
I make a motion to approve the task order.
Can you hold your motion first?
So what is this regarding the financial, what financial aspects of the tribe is this pertaining to? Because I'm not familiar and I feel like I need, as the vice chair, I should be involved in this process, or at least,
Madam Vice Chair, respectfully, the Constitution allows you oversight. I think in regards to the tribal, the refinance, we made motions, I think was it in February or March? We already made motions and passed motions unanimously, giving the refinancing project to planning. So I guess there's been a record and a history already of him getting of our planning director getting resistance, and I don't agree with that. I think that I saw an email that he was directed to email you. That's oversight. We trust him, obviously, because we, as a council, put the refi project in planning. Matthew has education and experience in banking and finance. Just simply through conversation, it's obvious to me that he's very capable. Is very well educated. Mr. Fish has a master's degree in business. These are not individuals that don't know what they're doing. So, I really hope that resistance kind of starts to drop now. And if Matthew is saying that he is asking for a task order for Bruce Jones, I think that's appropriate. I think the meeting that we had on Friday, it was obvious that Mr. Jones is an asset and does have knowledge having that experience in being a part of a bank. So I guess oversight would be, but I don't think that, when he's supervised, if the chairman is working as, and directing for you to be emailed, to me, I think that's adequate and appropriate. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Chairman, I'll make my motion. Thank you.
so I'm not questioning anybody's credentials here. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I do need to be, as the vice chair, part of these discussions. There's been no resistance from me, but there's multiple emails that I have where there's conversation going on between planning and members of my team, and I'm not included. I've not been privy to any of these plans and discussions and what's going on. It's gone all around me. And that's what I don't appreciate. This is ultimately my responsibility, and I do not appreciate being excluded from these discussions. I don't appreciate being accused that I'm refusing to work with planning when the emails clearly show I have not been CC'd or included. So I did bring this to the chairman's attention, and he did give the directive, but by the time that's happened, there's been a lot of discussion without me. That's my concern. So I'd like this tabled until planning and Bruce, Mr. Chairman, and whoever needs to, sit down and update me personally on where you are with this plan and this task order. And that's what I'm asking respectfully of council. I don't think it's unreasonable.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And Gypsy?
Thank you. I agree with Lisa. Being as how we're supposed to be working together, and we always want people at the table that are involved in these things, being that's the finance. The vice chair is in charge of finances, and therefore should be part of this stuff as the refinancing of our debt. So, I would like to have it tabled too, so she can be updated on all of the thus far planning and research and whatever's been going on.
We got a member from RPC. Can you come up?
Thank you. I agree with what Lisa says. She needs to be involved, and I didn't know that she was not. But it works both ways. And like what Gypsy just stated, that we need to work together. And we have been working on this debt reduction, RPC and planning for like 3 years now. Madam Vice Chair, you were on council during this time. Some of you guys know the process that we took twice in advertising for this project. And both times, it was passed, districts came in to pass it. And our former treasurer, Vice Chairman Floyd Dakota, this was heavy on his mind. He was one of the great treasurers of our tribe, and we need to respect that and honor his memory of what he brought to our tribe as a treasurer and vice chairman. He called me a couple years ago, and Floyd never called me. But he called me at work. Is it Angie? I said, yes. Floyd Dakota here. I said, yes. What could I do for you, Floyd? How's that debt reduction going? And I said, Floyd, we're working on it. We're trying to work on this. We're really trying. You need to get that done. That's the only thing that's going to save our tribe. And I believe that. And we have been dragging our feet on this. We need to be more productive. We need to work together more. And we need to keep people in the loop that need to be put in the loop. And that's not happening. And you as leadership have the authority to make this happen. And we need to stop spinning our wheels on a lot of our projects here. We need to get going here. Because we used to be great at one time. We are not great. We are a weak tribe right now. We have so many tribes that are so far ahead of us. When we have all those projects on the table just sitting there, we need to start getting these things done. And I agree, Lisa, we need to work together. I was called here to say a few words, and I was really upset from the things that I seen out there, out on Facebook, social media. That's not working together. We need to respect those who brought all this before us. We need to honor them. Those ladies right there, they should be here. So we remember them every single day, what they did for us. And we need to carry that tradition on. This is all about tradition. As important as our language and our culture, so is our traditions that were handed down to us. And they brought a lot of that, and we don't even see it. They're all off to the side where we don't see them. We need to bring that. We need to work together. They sacrificed a lot for us, and we're just ignoring that in a lot of our ways. It's time to stop attacking each other and start working with each other and to be leaders of this tribe, not politicians. This is a council of leaders, not a council of politicians. Show your leadership. You were all called here to bring something to our tribe, for our people. Remember that, always. It's not about self-purpose, it's about our people, our children, our future. Thank you.
I like your words of wisdom there, Angie. But it's going to sound like I'm attacking the vice chairman now, but I'm not. Because when you said there's emails going back and forth between your staff and the planning staff, that should be a responsibility of your staff apprising you of what's going on and what's being said. I mean, those were your words that they're communicating, but you're not communicating with them. So your office is being communicated with.
No, I'm not being included. So I was unaware that there was discussions going on and when I became aware, I told them that I need to be included. So that's going to be addressed. And I've already talked with my staff and they know to include me. The chairman made it aware, the appropriate people aware of that. So if I may speak,
Yeah, go ahead.
so I want to speak to what Angie has just spoke about. I, yes, was on previous council and we did the debt consolidation and I supported it. I was one of the council members that supported, we did that debt analysis that RPC brought before council and it passed and we had that looked at. So I understand the need for this and I'm not in dissupport of it. I support it. All I'm asking is that I be given the opportunity to be a part of these discussions. When my staff is told that they don't have to talk to me because there's a council motion, I don't appreciate that. And if that's usurping my authority by going around by council motion, that's not appropriate either. So yes, there was correspondence and communication going on without me being aware, so I guess today what I'm asking is that I get an update, we sit down and talk about it, let me know where we're at, give me an opportunity to be a part of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Vice. We'll go back to Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These personnel issues need to be done in executive session or they need to be done at a roundtable. I really disagree with this line of discussion that was started by the vice chair about this individual,
I didn't name no names.
He's sitting right here.
I didn't name any names.
Yeah, I'm gonna
He's
move
sitting
on.
right here.
We're going to move on. Matthew, do you have anything else that you want from council?
So we're just going to table the motion then until the next council?
No, I'm making the motion. I said I was making the motion.
Motion on the floor moved by Lake Travers. Is there a second? Second by what latency, then I'm going to go for the questions with Madam Vice or Secretary, then over to Tokunawa.
Thank you, Chairman. I just had a question for Matt. On February 4th, there was a motion made, motion 46, to authorize DNGE to disclose loan documents for the purpose of this project. And on March 3rd, there was another motion authorizing Greg Bennett to disclose necessary information for this debt refinancing project. I guess my question to you is, have you gotten any cooperation from these entities towards this project?
In a word, yes.
Doubts?
So backtracking a little bit, I definitely agree with what Angie is saying. So moving forward, though, we could pass this motion and the vice chair just be included in the discussion here on. So we don't have to, because I feel like this is time sensitive. we've been working on it, she said, for at least 3 years. If we keep dragging our feet, our term's gonna be up soon. And then who knows if who's gonna pick up the mantle thereon. So I feel like we could approve this motion and then just keep the vice chair in the loop. I think that will serve a purpose to all interested parties. Thank you.
Call for question. Question by Tokuno.
I guess I have a real question. The final approval, the final approval for the refinancing has to come to council? And then, that's all. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thanks, Gypsy, and I apologize, I didn't see your hand. Call for vote.
Dion Crawford. Yes. Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
I want to say yes, as long as you ensure that the vice chair will do the non-future time for this.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
No.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion
Thank you, members
passed.
of council and execs. Anything else from planning?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's it.
Motion to approve planning report.
I don't-
Moved by Tokuno. Second. Second by Lake Travers. Question, Madam Secretary.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion
Thank
passed.
you, members of council and execs. Your hand is raised, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so, do we need to get a motion directing, for planning and whoever's on this task force to work with the vice chair? Or is it just gonna go forward? I'd like to make that motion.
Second by Iagapta. No question, I'm going to call for a vote.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and execs. At this time, we're going to go on to the Department of Transportation.
Mr. Chairman, may I say just one thing?
Yeah, come to the mic, Angie.
Now I got my elderly hat on. Just watching what you guys did here just now, it's kind of disheartening because it should be just automatic. This is elementary. For us to be making motions, you play nice. That's pretty much what happened here. Again, you are leaders of our tribe. Act like it. You hold a higher standard. You have a responsibility to be teaching our children how to become leaders. It's not an elderly responsibility. It's partly ours, but you have a responsibility too. We need to start looking at ourselves as leaders. And that's all I'm asking you guys to do. As an elder, I put my trust in you because you were elected in these positions to represent us, to represent my children and my grandchildren. And for them to see things happen like this, It shouldn't be this way, where we're attacking each other and just pretty much saying, you play nice. You're adults. You're our leaders. Start acting like it, please. Show what leadership is to our children, because they're going to lead you. The success of a leader is making leaders. Always remember that. And that's what all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. I'm going to turn the floor over to Madam Vice Chair. She had her hand raised, so I'm going to give the floor over to you.
So I appreciate that, Angie, and I agree with you. We are leaders, and I agree a motion like that should not have to take place. It shouldn't. And if we were leaders and we were respectful and we were honorable of each other, my office would not have been overlooked. My office would have been included, or my position, I should say, as the vice chair, as the elected official sitting at this table. That respect would have been mutually given. I'd love to support planning and I'd love to support this project, but I'm not given the opportunity. So to me, that's a show of disrespect, a lack of leadership, and respect to this position, not to me, but to this position that carries that responsibility, that constitutional financial responsibility of our tribal government. That's common knowledge. That's something that everybody here at this table, all of our program managers all understand that. So no, I shouldn't have to be sitting here requesting something like that, because this shouldn't have even been an issue. I should have been able to sit here with everybody, know what's going on, and be a part of supporting this. And so I thank you for your words. And when it comes to being respectful, I don't feel like that's being displayed here the way my position gets talked to and demanded of, and the attitudes that I have to endure, not just in open session, executive session, roundtable discussion, whenever I try to bring my agenda forward. There's a lack of leadership, and we need to work together. So I agree with you, Angie, on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Curtis and Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to go into detail here, but I mean, it's a two-way street, in my opinion. There's other stuff going on here that's not being discussed too, and that's not fair. It's not. There's stuff in Ashota that's not fair. I mean, so this is a two-way street. You can sit here and, argue and bicker all day, but it's a two-way street, in my opinion. So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
Dallas, floor is yours.
So yes, I voted motion to that. I voted yes to the previous motion because I thought it could be done without the motion, but all the same, it is accurate, and it is sad that that's how to come about. But all the same, I voted yes because it needs to happen. But on the upside of that, you need to trust your staff. This seems like it's just an insecure notion between you and your lower staff. So for instance, if the Madam Secretary asked me of anything in my previous position, yeah, I told her. She wasn't always CC'd, but when she needed to be CC'd, yeah, I CC'd her. And she was always in the know. And so that was just a trust between your staff. And so that's all I have to say on this matter. Thank you.
Dion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say thank you to Angie because, when we had our for-profit meeting, Jolene Abraham came in and she had some really good words for us too about business. And I really appreciated that. And now you're coming, you have some really good words for us about leadership. And I really appreciate that. That's so grateful to get to work with you on RPC. And because you bring a lot of knowledge, you have a lot of knowledge and knowing, way back to, Floyd Dakota and remembering him today, he only called me like twice, but that's how when you call it Floyd here, remember that. So I want to say thank you for coming out. Thank you for talking a little bit about those things. And I just want to say, when I'm talking, even if you don't like what I'm saying, you know, I get cut off. I've gotten cut off several times. And so I would just appreciate, I'm very conscious of waiting my turn. And so, you know, when we're talking leadership, to me, you know, when I started watching the council meetings, I watched the person who sat in this chair. Because that, to me, is who, that was my predecessor. So I watched the person that sat in this chair. And so I know that it's important to wait your turn. I know that's important not to talk over people. I know that it's important when the chairman recognizes you, to recognize him back, when you give the floor back. I know those things. That's conduct that I learned from the person who sat in this chair before me. And so we need to move on. Mr. Eberhard is here. But I will say that I think some of us are crossing the line with the employees. You know, for me, as a council person, the employees need to be protected. They need to be respected as an employees and as subordinates. And if there are issues, that's all I was trying to say. That we can do that at a roundtable. We can do that with his supervisor, because Mr. Chairman is over the planning department. That's something that shouldn't be done publicly, because this is an employee. This is somebody that we are getting services from as an employee. That we also have a personnel policy that governs that relationship between the tribe and that individual. So we need to start respecting that, and we need to start recognizing that there is a separation between us and employees. And I am not a supervisor of anybody except myself and the 3 little kids I got. But I hope and encourage us to respect our tribal employees, their right to not be harassed, their right for privacy when it comes to the supervisor relationship that you have with them, or with their direct supervisor. I guess I think that maybe we need to, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, because I'm not sitting in one of those seats, but I do know that we need to be respecting our employees more than we are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Madam Vice Chair.
So we do have there's been a standard set that if anybody needs information, they go through the executives. That was set before me. And this hasn't been exercised in this case. So if we're going to have that standard, then it needs to be for all 3 of us, not just 2 of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Cliff, whenever you're ready to present your transportation report, floor is yours.
Thank you, Tribal Council. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's enjoying the rain. It was nice to hear this morning. So I did print out the report. I did not print out everything. I sent out the email last night, so I did print out the big action item. But we could just go down through the list. The Long Hollow pedestrian crossing and pathway project. The SWO DOT had received the TTP SF safety grant funding to complete a pathway linking the old Long Hollow housing to the new Long Hollow housing and installing the rapid flashing beacons and crosswalk intersecting BIA Route 8. That was a high friction area due to the new playground equipment that was put on the south side of the road and linking that up so we can keep the kids safe crossing.
Is this motion number one? Because you got two number twos.
Oh, that's motion number one, yeah.
Okay. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
So moved by Oledi, second by Haipa.
Question.
Question by Dallas. He missed it twice.
Long Hollow project, but.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
I just want to make one point respectfully to Verlin. The motions that I have in place there on the report, I'd like to have them worded just like that for the file. Yep. So BIA Route 7 pedestrian improvements, that's another safety project. We'll be installing crosswalks and rapid reflecting beacons on BI Route 7. There's 4 spots, so motion number 2.
Got a motion, or not a motion, sorry about that. Gypsy hands, floor is yours, Gypsy.
Where's BIE Route 7?
That's our main road.
The 700? Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Olegacy, second by Kakiza Haska.
Jump on these guys.
Motion number 2. Question, Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, the motion passed. Thank you, members of council.
So BI 11 culvert design project, we're working with our contracted consultant, KLJ. We'll be replacing 2 culverts located on the BIA 11. This is for the design, this task order, motion number 3 to approve.
The floor is open for any comments or questions coming from leadership on motion number 3. Motion coming from Tokanawa, motion number 3. Second by Kakiza Haska.
Question.
Question by Ateapi DP.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, so the BIA routes 3, 5, and 7, crack and chip seal project. We advertised through the SWO procurement office for a contractor to complete the project. Tribally owned and operated Red Lake Builders was awarded the project, and legal department drafted the contract, which I did attach to the report, and the KLJ consultant task order and the respectful budget. So motion number 5 to approve.
Floor is open for discussions, so you guys want to make clear
Or 4.
to this motion before you guys make that? Any questions or comments? Motion to approve motion number 5? Motion. Moved by Katiza Haska. Second by Lake Travers. Question by Tokenoa.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Chiwana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
And then we'll go on to the BIA 701 mill and overlay design. We are working on the BIA 711 project. It's the old TZ road that loops through the agency village by the admin building. And we thought as long as we were doing that, we could do some mill and overlays to TZ road and the old 706 loop road. So there's various routes in that. This will be added to the contract, or to the project as an alternate. So motion number 5 to approve.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Floyd from representing all agency.
Second.
Second by Curtis. Question coming from Suzie.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
And then final one is the SWO DOT gravel crushing program. Carryover budget 987. Motion number 7 to approve.
Any questions or comments coming from leadership? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion made by Curtis to approve motion number 7. Second by Tokenoa.
Question.
Question by Olete.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Anything else, Cliff?
That's good.
All right, appreciate that. Anybody have any last minute questions for Cliff?
Yes.
Go ahead, Junior.
So a few years back, Cliff had brought to Tribal Council and Tribal Executives a rock crushing project to start our own rock crushing and making our own gravel. We have some of the best gravel pits in northeast South Dakota, and I do believe with this new money's coming in, and it's all for new economic development, I think that's something that I think Cliff should bring back to Tribal Council and have them take a look at.
I think we had a discussion on that before when the previous council, I think Francis brought that up.
Yeah.
Must have been listening in before Francis.
Oh, no, that was before Francis. But yeah, it's been in the works, but for talks for at least 3 years now. But yeah, I would like them to bring in, do a presentation to Tribal Council, even if it's just a round table, to show what kind of economic development that could bring to the tribe. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be appreciated, Cliff, if you could do that, because we have tribal members that need that assistance for the gravel in their driveways.
Right.
So Curtis.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say, I brought that up again. No, I was just kidding. But yeah, no, we did talk about the machine.
Yes.
That we were going to purchase or whatever. So I'd like to see that again. If you have it.
I did put a PowerPoint together and I presented it to Tribal Council some 3 or 4 years ago. And it's a lot of money. It's a lot of upfront money to get it started and, personnel type of thing, but I think it's good. I think it's a great idea. We do have our gravel crushing program we're utilizing right now. You know, we're selling most of our gravel back to BIA to build these roads. And, you know, we're contracting that service out to a outside contractor to come in and into our pit and crush our gravel for us, which has worked out. But this would take us one step further and be able to be, you know, self-sustainable, self-determination type of thing. So I presented it. I liked it. I love the idea.
Can you bring it back then?
So, yeah.
I'm pretty sure you still have your PowerPoint ready to go.
Yes.
Awesome.
I'm actually working on PowerPoint. Of course, we've got, you know, tribal roads it needs help. The program has been working the way it has been for many, many years. You know, I'm putting together some sort of a proposal and a presentation that I'd like to present to Tribal Council for a facility with this new ARP money. You know, these guys have been working out of this pole shed for the last 30, 40 years. And this facility would bring us into the new age. So I believe in it. I got a good plan for it. We've got some estimated construction and engineering put together that was just submitted to me today with our contracted consultant. So all procurement should be within all the procurement policies requirements for the federal funding to be able to move forward with this. So I'll work with the tribal chairman to maybe get a roundtable and we can discuss this.
Yeah.
This type of
please call Christine. She's on bereavement right now, but she should be back next week to set up a roundtable for council and execs.
Sure. But I like the gravel crushing idea. And we've been working to build our own roads with the construction program also, you know, and Uncle Sam pays the program for that, you know. So we're bringing things back around, and we're trying to keep tribal members employed through the Taro office because it is seasonal, you know, and type of thing. So it's been working out pretty good.
It's not Uncle Sam anymore, it's Uncle Joe.
Oh, Uncle Joe.
Motion to approve the Department of Transportation report. So moved by Tokunawa.
Second.
Second by Kakiza and Haska. Question by Lake Travers.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and execs. Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you, Tribal Council.
Good work. And that concludes all the managers that are under my administration. I know we're moving ahead of a schedule, so the Dakota Language Institute, he'll come in a little later, so we're going to move up Little Steps Daycare, and that would be Dr. Johnson, if she's available. And just a reminder, I just got a text from Mark Van Norman. His flights are mixed up, so he could appear over the phone to give an update on the jail project for council this afternoon. And at this time, council, we could take a 7-minute break. No, make that 3-minute break so you guys will be back in 5. It's 10:11 from our break. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Dr. Johnson. Oh, okay. You got a presentation.
Morning. Rick Birch, Dakota Language Institute. I just have coming here today seeking council's approval for an invoice of the amount of $10,922.98. I believe it's over a threshold of around $5,000. We need council's approval to pay this off.
Do you have a copy of that for?
Yeah, certainly do. Right here.
Well, we're working at your paperwork. Council, do you have any questions regarding his, that $10,000 permit?
What is it in regards to? Copier.
There's going to be there's a lot of copiers on that Marco presentation that we approved, and those are going to be through all programs. Madam Secretary, they're requesting a $10,922 for Marco's payment regarding from our council, if you guys have that Marco's budget. I think they included this one on there. This is totally something different.
Yeah, it's not where
Oh, this is it's a bill for the one that I already have. Here you go. Yeah.
Old bill.
It's an old one that paying for the. Can you introduce yourself again to the new council?
Yeah, certainly. My name is Rick Birch of the Dakota Language Institute.
And you work from what program?
I'm in the publishing department, Dakota Language.
So you're in here, this building?
Work with elders, Dakota Language Institute over right across the reservation dam over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What was it?
That my old house? Old bill. Yep.
All right, members of council, I sent it around, so if there's no questions, can I get a motion to approve that request?
Motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made by Curtis,
Second.
second by Junior Kirk. Question, Louis Johnson.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Gypsy Wana? Yes. Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs. Anything else, Dr. Johnson?
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I have our action items up there for the Education Department, but also I'm bringing to you the approval for the grant profile application and resolution for the Community Empowerment Grant. Sarah Lincoln is writing this. She is the originator of this. It was scheduled to go to executive committee, but that got moved. And so due to time, we need to have it approved that we can apply for the application for this. You'll notice that the Community Empowerment Grant, it's really it's an NB3 grant. And what that is the Notable Gay organization is funding this, and it's a competitive, and it also it only allows 15% of IDC. There's no cost share to it, and it's to reduce obesity in our youth is what it's going to target and focus. And so this is, we need a motion to approve the resolution and approve this grant application.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Oliziti, second by Emily Swim. Question coming from Long Hollow.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council on Exec.
Thank you, Council. I don't have any other action items, but I did include the tribal consultation for the Bureau of Indian Education that I listened to 2 days before I could finally get in edgewise in there. And I also included my statement for the administration for children and families for the administration for Native Americans, and which that really that's the ANA grant. And so that was the comments on Dakota language that I provided there. There's 3 more tribal consultations dealing with education that I'm hoping to attend. And then I also included is my monthly report that I send to the secretary every month. But in there, you'll see the attendance data, which we have been following, and you will also see the internet data, where we're at. So we're well within the budget that was provided for us. I don't know what's going to happen for summer, or if you have made a decision on whether we are going to offer our members internet.
Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering, Dr. Johnson, so last month, we got a report, and I know, we had discussed the truancy and kind of the disparities between the 3 different schools, and I know Dr. Eastman came in and kind of talked a little bit about what they do as far as supports for their students, and you can kind of see how those things are working because their number's low. With the other school, are they consulting with you, or are they consulting with you, Madam Secretary, on trying to introduce support or policies, procedures, definitions for what attendance means? Because that number is growing and it's really high. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, they are consulting. The last 2 weeks, I've been invited into their multidisciplinary team, so I am actually meeting with them on a regular basis. I met with them already this morning because it's every Wednesday, and so, well, actually, it's been 3 weeks now since I've started that. Otherwise, Sammy Pomini, our truancy intervention, has been attending with them, but now we're both attending. It has to do with policies and how you follow your policies and your expectations, and that's a top-down decisions, and so it comes as administration, and they are working on it, but do they do the same things at both schools? No, they don't, and they don't deal with attendance, and expectations of students is huge. We find that attendance on an average for our tribe, those figures, when you start looking at the Head Starts report and you start looking at those, that that regular attendance starts there. And so when they develop those patterns of regularly attending well at Head Start, they continue those patterns the rest of their life in most cases. Yeah, it's different policies, different people, different administration.
Floor is still yours, Jan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess the one thing that I would, if you can kind of just, because this is a concern, and I took a lot of heat for, attempting to address the code, and that's okay. That's fine. But I still see that this is just continuing to grow. So is that school going to have policy procedure to address and give some of those supports? I know that the truancy restoration court that we passed really had some good supports in it, and that's, I really, want to commend you for, for developing that. And I know that attendance, regular attendance is an issue, but to me, these are all the same tribal population, and so to see 11, 22, and 202, to me, that's too big of a discrepancy. Normally, when you see data like that, if it's kind of on a regular continuum, but that discrepancy just to me seems like there's something else. So if you would be able to, even through, just if I could stop by and just kind of get some information or something, if that's okay with Madam Secretary, because that just seems too big of a discrepancy. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted Dr. Johnson just to mention about the code change from a CHINS to failure to attend school. If you want to just mention that.
Okay, so I developed a form and sent it up to the secretary for approval, and then it's hopefully going over to the courts to get that. So instead of having our schools filing CHINs in child in need of supervision, they should be filing a petition that says failure to attend school. And so I drafted a new form and then went ahead through the procedures of getting that approved. So we are not filing CHINs anymore, but at this point in time, they're still using that until I get approval from the courts that that is an accepted form from them. And then we can change that, so they're not filing CHINs. The other data point is the quarterly reports are due now for the first quarter, and so, or for the second quarter now. So I will have Samantha redo another report that really is comprehensive of the 3 months here. And one of the things that we looked at is, because there was about 186 in first semester, I believe that's pretty close to what it was in first semester. So these are reflected of new. And what's going on is I asked her, I said, how many of them already had a petition first semester are repeats in second semester? And there was quite a few, at least 2/3 of those new cases that you see for that, the 34 that's reported here for new cases, at least 2/3 of them are repeat. So because they didn't make it into court or whatever the situation was over here, we're seeing that it's coming back and they're being cited again for second semester failure to attend school.
Just one more thing too. When Tiosh Bazina was here that day with all the truancy cases that we discussed that day, I'd asked them at that time to basically take it upon themselves to learn about the school to prison pipeline. And I don't know if we need to give them information because that's real data. And there's real statistics that prove that once you start introducing innocent kids into a court system, it follows them. And so I think there needs to be a real effort towards educating the school staff on the school to prison pipeline information. I know Dr. Johnson has a huge job as tribal education director to oversee all these schools and try to help them to correct some of these issues. So, thank you, Dr. Johnson.
I will see what I can do, Secretary, about for providing more information to them and really getting that done. And I will work closely with Mindy, the elementary principal, because we need to establish those regularly attending patterns right away.
Anything else coming from Dr. Johnson?
I don't have I don't have anything else for Tribal Council. Thank you for your time, but I do need to know about internet, what you're going to do going forward.
Yes. Motion to approve the education report. So moved by Lake Traverse. Second by Iagapta. Question by Long Hollow.
Dion Crawford. Yes. Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Dixie-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
We got Little Steps Daycare up next. So
Thank you, Council, and I'd like to thank Courtney for allowing me to jump in.
Thanks, Dr. Johnson. So whenever you're ready, Courtney, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Okay. All right. So I don't know what's going on with me today, but my anxiety is really high, so I tend to talk a lot faster and try to move quicker than I need to. So don't be afraid to tell me to just chill out and go slow. Today I am presenting the re-advised COVID plan response we have and our new handbook policy for parents.
Deanne, can you hand that out for her or pass them down? Thank you, Deanne.
Two of them each?
Yep. There will be two packets.
All right.
Let's see.
I'm still waiting for you guys to put up your sign so I could recognize you guys when for Louis, his third part, Dakota, in his district. It's the 3-part, right? Yeah, it's all in one word. I asked Louis to say it, but he didn't say it. And Bade Hadakia,
Yes.
Lake Traverse, she didn't hang up her sign, but I tried.
All right, so what I would like to go over first is the COVID response changes. So, firstly, we're still providing diapers, wipes, formula, blankets. There's no big changes to that. There's still no backpacks, diaper bags allowed. Our drop-off has changed a little bit. Parents now bring the children inside to the front office instead of us going out to the car. We were just having higher temps due to the heaters and the coats and the gloves, so and then it was making it look like everybody was coming up 99, 100, but in reality it was just their environment. We do now have a form for when we send a student home when they get sick, so they can return 24 after symptoms stop, but they also do have to provide a doctor's note. We also made a change to our Plan 1, which it has to do with if a student or child starts showing symptoms while there, the classroom may close for 3 days or 2 days. Before it was closing for 5 days. Now it's just closing for 2 days, and that's just so we can clean, make sure that we're getting the results back from the family members, finding out if it was a COVID case. And then another thing that's changed is that
If there is ever a time that we do close due to COVID, we will be reopening based off the staff-to-child ratio, so that doesn't exactly mean that everybody will be able to come back, because if one of the child care workers does have it, that will adjust. All close contacts will be notified in a written letter and verbally if there ever is a case. So far, we've been very, very lucky not to have any cases there. We did have a couple parents and families that did have COVID, but luckily they were quarantined and it prevented it from entering the building, so that was awesome. Our screen logs haven't changed. Visitors are still not allowed unless they're scheduled in advance. They still have to be screened and wearing a mask. All our changes are following the CDC guidelines for childcare, so we didn't go too far out from there. So that's all the changes to the COVID response plan. Do you guys have any questions about them?
Floor is yours, Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things that I brought up at the school too last year when we were doing our CDC guidelines is there a room where, in case you guys can't get a hold of parents?
Yep, we do have an isolation room. Hopefully within this next month, by May 1st, we should be moved into the new building that has a whole little isolation sick room. Right now, we do have an isolation room where where children will go as soon as they start showing symptoms. They will wait there. We have a 5 to 15 minute, depending on the parents. We'll call them right away, let them know, come pick up your children, and then move them into the other room, and then we'll go through with our sprayers right away and sanitize.
Okay, and then you guys have the monitors when they come in too, to test their temperature right away?
Yep, we don't have the monitors. I actually don't know what's going on with ours. I did hear back in July that they were coming soon, but we haven't got them yet. But we do have the thermostats, and we do have our screen logs, so.
Okay.
Or thermostats.
Who?
Thermometers.
Sorry, Curtis, but I just want to jump in with.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Who are you getting the monitors from?
I believe it's Courtney Clark. I believe the COVID response, or emergency, I believe.
Okay, I'll check in on that. So.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay, yep.
Okay, thank you, Curtis. Madam Secretary, floor is yours.
Courtney, I was approached with a question yesterday that the parents are being charged for their slots over there, so they're paying double. They're paying for their slot over there to keep their slot, and they're also paying for a daycare that they have to take their kids to now.
Okay, no, they're not being charged. One situation that has occurred is that some of our parents are, let me restart. Okay, so most of our parents are asked to do payroll deduction, and during that time, they get that taken out right away. And then when we close, we don't charge them, but payroll deduction doesn't always stop when we need it to. The last time I asked, they said they didn't like that back and forth and everything, so I let the parents know that they will have a balance with us, and it will be returned to them if they ever need to. But no, we don't charge them, and if we're closed for holidays or if we're closed for training, they're not, and if they aren't a part of the essential families, they're not charged.
Thank you. And on the late fee, so if they're 10 minutes late, then they start getting charged $15 if they don't.
Yep, so they start getting charged because we are closed at 5 o'clock. Drop off or pickup should end at 4:50. So at 5 o'clock, they're getting charged $15 for every 15 minutes, I think is what it is. And it has been that way since before I came in. And then if we can't get a hold of them and they're a half hour late, then we're calling child protection and letting them know. We also do have a procedure that we go through that I'm just now introducing, which is a conflict resolution plan. So that way I'm keeping open communications with the families. So if there's an emergency, I'm aware right away so I know they're not coming. Or I have there are other emergency contacts that I can get a hold of. I do have a resource guide now available at the daycare, so if the families are going through any emergencies at home or they need any help, we have all that provided to them, so hopefully there's never a situation. But if it does become a problem and they aren't communicating with us and that line of communication is just broken, then they're getting charged a $15.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Gypsy, floor is yours.
Hey, I have a question. When the tribe closes, the daycare closes?
Before we were closing with the tribe, but I did introduce a partial closure. So any families that are attending and they still are considered essential, or they're still working, all they have to do is provide a letter from their employer letting us know, and we'll continue to provide daycare for them during those closures.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Gypsy.
Okay, so no more questions about the COVID response? Okay, so and then we'll go over to the Little Steps Daycare Handbook. So the hours are still the same, 7:30 a.m. to 4:50, and we do close at 5 p.m. We did add a closure in June for a week, and that'll be to make sure that we're following state guidelines and staying up to date with our training for staff. Our drop-off now ends at 9 a.m. Before it was 9 a.m. for infants and 10 a.m. for toddlers. But we do want to change that because unless notified in advance for appointments or special events. But we do want to have children on a regular schedule, which helps keep the staff and children kind of on a good routine, and it also creates clear expectations, schedule routines for children, and it also helps children transition into Head Start and kindergarten and reduces them missing more days. Our contract termination did change. We now have 5 reasons for terminating a contract, and 1 is delinquent billing. 2 is 3 consecutive no-call, no-shows. 3 is if you are late to pick up 2 times in a month. 4 is if you have disruptive behavior. 5 is if you're harassing employees or other families attending a Hampi Chikstina. We do now have a challenging behavior procedure, whereas before we were just kind of going case to case and there wasn't no structure. So now we have this challenging behavior procedure, which really helps us kind of figure out what's going on with the families right away, rather than just instantly terminating someone. We do now have a no bullying policy in place for employees and families attending, and this no bullying policy goes for social media or in person. We also have the partial closure procedure, and families attending, like I said earlier, as long as they provide that letter, if the tribe closes, the daycare will still be open. We also now have a complaint procedure, and this is to kind of just minimize confrontations, make sure we're addressing issues right away rather than letting them build up and escalate. And then that also helps us just keep our communications open with families and make sure we're addressing everything. Do you guys have any questions? And I hope you guys approve this today. This is everything that we changed. And everything that we're doing is in the best interest of our families attending, the children, and the CDC guidelines.
If there's no further questions coming from leadership, is there a motion to approve the Little Steps Daycare Handbook? The move by Tokunawa.
Second.
Second by Katiza Haska. Question, Buffalo.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wama?
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, Council Exec.
Awesome, thank you.
Also, Courtney, we're going to do a walkthrough Friday, this Friday, right? Through your program?
Yep,
And
Friday at noon.
Then after we do that walkthrough, when is as soon as you can open your doors?
Well, right now, we sent the proposal to state. I do have to turn in the blueprints for the playground before she will start sending over people to look over and make sure we're within our state regulations. As soon as Julie gives us the okay, we're moving over. So I keep telling myself by May 1st, but hopefully it'll be sooner and it'll be sometime this month. But I keep saying if I just keep speaking it into existence, it's gonna happen and it's gonna be sooner. So hopefully it'll go good.
Are you gonna miss the bats?
No, oh my God. Those, and then we have barn swallows, is that what they're called? Oh my God, they swoop right at your head, like literally right here. They're scary.
I used to work
Good
over
riddance.
at that was the old child protection building, and Ian was over there too. We had a problem with those barn swallows.
Oh, they've been there that long?
Those bats been in there before years.
I'm so glad. I can't wait to move over there. It's gonna be
Well-
awesome. All right, you guys have a good day.
Thank you. Motion to approve Little Steps.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
was her COVID plan separate from the employee handbook, or was that one document?
that was just one, separate.
Separate.
Okay, so you guys approved the handbook, you didn't approve the COVID plan.
Oh. Okay. So moved by Tokunoa, second by Oladency.
Okay, now you guys have a good day.
Question.
Question by Kakiza Haska.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
And a motion to approve the Little Steps daycare report. So moved by Tokunoa,
Second.
second by Buffalo Lake.
Question then.
Question by Oladency.
Whatever.
Buffalo Lake. That was another tie.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. We're moving on to the Head Start, Early Head Start report.
Good morning, executives and council. I just have a few action items for you all. It's just approving reports. So my first one is to approve the Head Start finance report for March. All of these were sent in your emails last week also.
Any questions on her first motion coming from council or the execs? I know I have my readers on and it's kind of hard to read yet.
Our regular bookkeeper, she wasn't able to provide us with our regular manager report, so we had to go through a different bookkeeper who doesn't know the process of deleting stuff. So they're very tiny today.
Okay, Dion, she's just waving her hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, is this an accurate reporting of, to your knowledge, is this an accurate reporting of where you're at financially for the Head Start?
Yes, I did send in budget bonds, but from my understanding, it takes 2 weeks now, so these numbers will be changing within a week. But yes, by looking at these are correct as of now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Lindsay. Or go ahead.
Motion to approve.
So moved on motion number 1 to approve the Head Start financial report for March. Moved by Long Hollow. Second by Emily Swim.
Question?
Question by roll agency.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
The next one would be for our attendance report for the month of March.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by roll agency to approve the attendance report for March. Second by Long Hollow. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council. Going on to motion number 3 for her in her report for the food reimbursement report for March.
Motion, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Long Hollow. Second by Emily Swim.
Question?
Question by roll agency.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Oops.
Curtis.
Let it happen again.
Ever.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Motion to approve the policy council report, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Long Hollow. Second by Buffalo Lake.
Question?
Question by Haipa.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and execs.
Um,
You know, your report just flowed like that. You didn't have to mention them. We just did your motions.
Thank you very much for that, but I actually have one question for you all. I was wondering if there would be a possibility of the Head Start actually opening up for our students next week. We only have, this would be the 6th, we only have 4 to 5 weeks left for school this year for our Head Start, and there's some questions on if our children are ready for kindergarten. We do have an extended year for them, but there is quite a few of our students who are not receiving their services that are on family plans from different providers. And so since we've been closed, our children have not been able to meet with them to do their services. So I did speak to the tribal secretary about possibly opening up, but due to the executive memo with all 3 signatures, I wasn't able to. So I don't know what the plan is, if we're going to be continue closing, but if you do plan to continue to close, I wanted to know if there was an exception for Head Start so our children can be in school, since technically we are the only school not open.
I'm going to go to Curtis. He had his hand raised. I'm going to turn it over to Secretary right after you, Curtis.
Okay. Is there a reason why they were closed, or?
We're a program,
Oh, you guys are a program.
we're a tribal program, so we
Okay.
have to follow the executive memo every time you guys do close. So we've been closed our school opened up for 3 weeks, and then with the executive memo, we closed down again.
Okay, all right, so you guys were open, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
She has all the plexiglass and everything now, so I think it would be safe enough for her to open. I mean, that's my opinion. And I think we should reclassify it as an educational institution rather than a program. Because the Head Start kids, you know, they get to kindergarten and they're not kindergarten ready. So I think we need it open as a school.
I feel comfortable coming off the Madam Secretary's recommendation since that's under her administration here. So if council feels comfortable with Madam Secretary's
Yes.
the green light, we're good. You need a motion to,
I don't know if you just want to put in the next memo the exception of Head Start or something?
yes,
Okay, thank you.
we could do that exactly.
All right. Well, that's all I have for you all, so thank you. Okay.
He's gonna ask you, did it go through the process?
I believe it did.
So I know last time you gave your report, you said that you were having issues getting milk and food for your program. Has that still been an issue?
No, thank you very much. No, we haven't had an issue.
All right, just checking. Thank you.
Otherwise, just to also let you know, for those parents that do not feel comfortable having their children come, we do allow them to have their children virtual. So we have about 20 children that are virtual, but otherwise everyone else does attend. So, but
I think Dallas is trying to give his eggs away from his chickens.
they have to be USDA approved. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Leslie. Motion to approve the early Head Start report.
Motion.
Moved by Kiza Haska. Second by Tokunawa. Question by Susie. That was a close-
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs. Board enrollment, was you guys gonna give her report? Or is she here?
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, Madam Secretary, then. If legal's ready, call legal.
Okay, there was a motion made to approve child protection for laptops, notebooks, and it was approved in January of last year, and she had to get a new quote and everything because they didn't have those laptops. They were outdated, I guess. They weren't available, so I just need a motion to approve child protection to purchase these notebooks for $9,101, and the council motion was for $10,000, but it's less than that, or eight and the carrying cases.
I'll move, Mr. Chairman.
The move by Oladensi.
Second.
Second by Lake Travers. Question by Long Hollow.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Curtis Bissonette? Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council.
thank you.
Eagles underway.
Okay, appreciate it. Just moving right along in our agenda. Just while she's passing it out, I just want to give the council a heads up. If we do have time right before lunch, Jesse Larson wants to introduce Jim Paris from CCC. He's just passing through, so, and if you guys want to go to lunch, I guess lunch is on him.
I'm sorry, what?
Whenever you're ready, Kimberly.
Okay.
I'll turn the floor over to you. Just make sure your mic is on so the listening audience can hear it.
Okay, so I have a stack of materials for you. Some of this is for action today, and some of it is for you all to consider and perhaps take action on later. But I'm starting off, I have my March 2021 monthly report that I submitted to the chairman's office yesterday. There is information that was given to my office by Seth Pearman from the Flanders Sante Sioux Tribe. So I have a resolution that he drafted up for us. I have a proposed ordinance having to do with the tribal tobacco ordinance. And I have a cigarette supply agreement that he's prepared, gave it to me in a PDF, so I can't really edit it, but if it's acceptable to you all, I mean, I read through it, it's acceptable to me. We have a joint kind of acknowledgement of each other's sovereignty and waiver of sovereign immunity, and then for any disputes over the cigarettes. I don't know how quickly you want to move on this. I had concerns about the transportation issues and whether it was in compliance with all the federal laws. I put in a call to Brenda and she hasn't gotten back to me, but reading through it, it looks like it is. It says that Flanders complying with all the federal laws to get the cigarettes to their reservation. And then it says that they will deliver them here, which I think is in contradiction to what one council member told me, that we were going to go down there and get them. It says that they'll ship them to us here, or that they'll deliver them to us here, and those are in two different sections. So I don't know how you all understand that cigarette supply agreement to work.
Go ahead, Curtis.
I think the discussion was, I didn't say exactly we were going to ship them here, but I said that would be a possibility because we do have, I mean, we could do that from the Magic. So in talking with the CFO, we could possibly just go down and get them ourselves or whatever. So I just want to clarify that. That was just talk. So whatever they decide is good by me. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Curtis.
Mr. Chairman, that's in two sections. That's in section 5 of the agreement, and that's in section 10, where it makes reference to delivery, where it says the seller will deliver up here. And it also says that it's FOB, that means free on board, which means if something were to happen to them between here and there, that they would suffer the loss of that. I understood it to be freight on board, but from when I took my UCC class in law school. And then number 10 is talking about shipping, and that when they're shipped here, that FOB will be at our retailer's place of business, which that means that if there's a loss, that we would suffer the loss if they're shipped up here. That means the cost. If they're lost in shipping, we would suffer that loss of shipping. If they're delivered up here, then they are responsible for getting them up here, and we don't suffer any loss until they're actually delivered here. And there's also other there's an ordinance. There is a limitation, though, that they'll only be sold at the casinos, and I can't remember whether that's in this cigarette agreement or whether that's in the ordinance. But there's also a draft ordinance. And I didn't know whether you all wanted to adopt the ordinance by emergency, whether you want to read it, whether you want to take it to the district. So I'm looking for direction from you all on how you want to handle this Flanders Sante Sioux Tribe proposed agreement, resolution, and ordinance. There's 3 things.
Go ahead, Curtis. The floor is yours. After you, I'm going to turn the floor over to Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is what I'd like to take to my district because they were asking about this stuff and I had nothing for them at that time, so I'd definitely like to take this. They're very interested in it, so I could do that.
I'm in agreement too with Curtis is that if it will go back to the district, but that's something
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dallas?
The free sample is not enough there. But I think also though, during discussion, that David also mentioned that he was going to go common carrier if they were coming up with it.
Oh, haven't heard.
And so that's also something that I want to put out there.
They would come here?
Through
Maybe.
common carrier, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dallas. I'm going to turn the floor over to Gypsy. Floor is yours.
Thank you. The tobacco ordinance did we already have one and this is just updated? Or we need to approve it
Well,
together?
I didn't know how y'all wanted to handle that. They sent it. I don't think we have a tobacco ordinance currently. And so they sent this. I just wanted to make sure that you all had everything that they sent to me having to do with this, because I haven't been involved in any of the discussions with Flanders, with the tribe. So that's what they said is the resolution, the proposed ordinance, and the agreement. So I just was looking for direction from you all, how you want to proceed.
Anything from council?
Is it agreed then that we're tabling this?
Majority of the council, you guys want to table this?
Okay.
To go back to your district so you present it?
This is where we're gonna sell the cigarettes into our businesses, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you all like electronic versions of these documents sent to you? Okay, I'll do
Yes.
that.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Yeah, you betcha. Okay, the other thing that I have in here is a proposed license use agreement by FEMA to use the parking lot at Dakota Connections and Buffalo Lake on April 19th and 20th, and I saw that an announcement came out about this yesterday, but I wanted to make sure this was okay with both you all and Buffalo Lake, and I've gotten verbal sign-off and Realty. I ran this by Realty as well, but this is an agreement that would allow FEMA to put a trailer up there for 2 days and do a mass vaccination for not just tribal members, but for anybody that's interested over the age of 18. And everybody seems to be okay with it. Jerry Eastman told me yesterday that he doesn't think there needs to be a use permit for this function, that it would just fall under Buffalo Lake's use permit. And so I also wanted to know who should be the contact for it. Did you want me to have Kurt Schmidt be the contact for it, or someone here at the tribe to be the contact for this event with this agreement?
Gypsy.
Would that be Jim Pearson? Was he here the other day to mention this? I think Jim Pearson might be the contact one.
Okay, so I'll make Jim Pearson the contact. And so if, with that information, could I get a motion to approve this, and then we would complete this? And the reason I wanted to make sure that it was okay with everyone, because it really says that FEMA has control of the land while they're there. So just want to make sure everybody was okay with it before signing off on anything like this. Take it, Mr. Chairman.
Louis.
Got a question then. Is Buffalo Lake District involved in this then? Since the, oh, but you don't own that parking lot right there? Uh-huh, okay.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Going over to Curtis.
So are you guys gonna split this? Is there gonna be on each side of this or down the middle or what's going what's going on? Because
I had assumed it would be at Dakota Connection.
and I know that GM of Dakota Connection is aware of this. Is this, so I guess my question is this standard?
Well, is the trailer holding like all the supplies and stuff, and then the actual vaccination will take place in the casino? Okay.
In the casino?
They're gonna need Wi-Fi access and
Yeah.
electricity to keep everything cold and be able to use the internet.
Okay.
That's what they need to
Go ahead, Madam
vaccines.
Secretary.
Where does IHS come into this agreement?
IHS comes in as I think they're participating in it, and Heather's been talking to IHS about this. This is the preferred location for this event. If it doesn't get approved by tribal council, then the backup plan is to do it at the IHS parking lot. I don't know why they want to do it up at the connections, but they really do. This is where FEMA wants to be, is up at the connection. And it's my understanding that the trailer part would be more on the Buffalo Lake parking lot area, and then that they're looking at the 56 cars to have parking for people and things like that. I don't know, maybe it's a drive-through thing where they're having folks drive through. But that's what Heather Williams wants. So I'm bringing this to.
Go ahead, Curtis.
One more question, Mr. Chairman. So do they have it mapped out? How they're gonna do it and stuff? Because I'd like to see that too.
I'm sure they do. Do you want me to try to have her?
Maybe contact Jim Pearson
Okay.
and then see if he has any type of map or anything that we can just kind of take a look at, just to see what it looks like. I don't know how the setup is gonna be or whatever. That'd be,
Sorry, I'll just add something in.
Yeah.
Conference call on Monday. Jim is on a conference call, I asked him to come over and kind of describe it, but they are having it out. There's another conference call on Monday to finalize it. So they're working with FEMA and IHS and everyone, and they're trying to, make sure that they have enough screeners, enough security, and all of those things, so. But Jim is on a conference call, otherwise we would be able to hear it next meeting.
Thanks, Don. Well, then I'd recommend that we just table this until we get the information back. We could always go into session when they get it finished.
okay.
Table, okay. So the third thing that I have is a description of the prosecutor's position, which I'm working with HR to develop, and I just wanted to put this on your radar screen. I got this from another tribe. The language that I've highlighted is, and I ran this by the executive, so I just wanted to put this on your radar screen. The prosecutor typically serves as the chief law enforcement officer to supervise all criminal investigations arising under the tribe's criminal laws. And I think that there was a stack of investigations that Mr. Vion left behind. So when contemplating the duties of the new prosecutor, do you want this to be a duty of the prosecutor? So that's just something I wanted to get some clarity on before I send this job description over to Mr. Williams. Would you like me to take that out and just be silent on it and you can think about it?
Any questions or comments coming from the leadership? Dion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So could we get a, I'd like to see the side-by-side with the current position description.
Is there a current job description for the prosecutor?
No, there's not a current job description.
So this is, okay, so we
So-
kind of,
Prosecutor, your previous prosecutor, Gary Daniel, has been there as longer, I've worked with this longer than I lived in, so, I didn't find any job description for the prosecutor.
has HR been involved at all in developing this?
I haven't reviewed that though. I haven't.
So maybe if you guys review it, and you, like something like this, would you do research on it as well?
There's already questions that I do. Usually the program themselves come with job description. Some job descriptions come from grant agencies, they already have them in the grant, that they're looking for. This is just, we have this job in private boards that don't
Thank you.
And so
Madam Secretary?
This came to us in an email regarding the language as far as chief law enforcement officer, and we didn't agree with that language, and it was supposed to be left out, but I see it's still in there. So the prosecutor is not the chief law enforcement officer, in my opinion. And I think if anybody's the chief law enforcement officer, it's our tribal chairman as the commander-in-chief. You know, but I think that needs work. I would table that too.
And just for the future reference too, I know before I came in too, HR is overseen by the 3 execs. So me personally, I'd rather have HR involved in the future of this, so you guys could have records in your office, so we won't be scrambling around for the records. That's just my opinion. I know that the other 2 execs have a voice on that too.
So Arnold had asked me to help him, but I didn't understand that you didn't want this brought to council to get their input. I thought that that was something that you did want. Anyways, my apologies. So I'll just then bump this over to Arnold to finish up then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll do that. Thanks.
Before you move on, there's a hand that was raised back there with this. Go ahead, Mr. Compasco, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, you guys talk about legal matters and jurisdiction and separation of powers. I keep trying to bring up that we need to get kickbacks involved in it because if we roll in our government, but you guys are talking about the chief officer or whatever, who is that? Who oversees these things? Kickbacks have a big role in our society. They have their own Milwaukee, so get them involved in some of this stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Compasco. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Okay, so the next thing I have for you is an escrow agreement for installing a Train HVAC upgrade at the Dakota Magic Casino and Hotel. And this is similar to the other escrow agreement that I brought forward last year, having to do with the Dakota Sioux. But I'm just asking permission from the council to have the chairman sign this escrow agreement. What it does, it basically will have 1.3 million set aside at Dakota Bank, and then whenever the payments need to come down, and you can see that there's 3 signatories to it. It's Kelly Hansen, who's at the Dakota Bank, Robert Rowers with Train, and then Delbert Hopkins, Chairman Hopkins, and then it'll be a schedule of payments that are listed on page 3, progressive payments, and so the payments will be made from that escrow account at Dakota Bank when these things get done. So could I get a motion to have the chairman sign that, please?
Before I ask for a motion, is there any discussion amongst leadership? Make sure you make your motion as clear. If not, is there a motion to approve? So moved by all agency. Is there a second? Second by Lake Travers. Question by Kakiza Haska. Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yeah.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. No. Chairman, the motion passed. Thank you, council and exec.
Okay, that's all I have for you.
Motion to approve the legal report. Motion moved by Long Hollow, second by Tokinawa.
Question.
Question by latency.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gipsy.
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman. Travel Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs.
Thank you.
We got a quick introduction over here with Jesse Larson, but first I got Arnold Williams. I gave you guys a heads up on a administrative issue that we wanted to go in exec session for. So a motion to go in exec session, I got Arnold here ready for you. So moved by Long Hollow, second by Lake Traverse. Question by Okinawa. Time is
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gipsy. Yes. Lloyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman. Travel Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed. Orders out.
Second, Long Hollow. Question, Buffalo Lake, and that's at 11:27 a.m.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana, Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Dion?
I'd like to make a motion to rescind the motion that I made last Wednesday to hire the public defender pending background check. I'd like to rescind that motion.
And that, make it clear that we are not hiring him.
Yes, to rescind that motion. I'm sorry, Verlin, I don't remember the number. Thank you.
Moved by Lake Travis, second by Long Hollow. Question by Haiba.
Okay, so we're going to rescind that motion, and then after that, we'll say to not to hire that individual.
Yes, can do it. No, that-
Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Moving on to our, Jesse wanted to give an update real quick to the leadership of CCC.
Predominantly, tancha ke oi tancha was. Better to had Nina Wopi the tanka Diane Makaji when I did off. Wakians when I did off. No share. When I better to along with the Wakians came these two men from the east. The rain brought them in. I want to introduce to the new council the owners, some of the owners of the CCC, Consolidated Construction Company. Most of you have met Brian, but Jim is the real boss. No offense, Brian. Brian is the working boss. But Jim wanted to meet you guys and give you a little update and share a message with you. So Nina Wopida for squeezing us in. Brian is here for a few days, finishing up the daycare and looking to help us in this building with the fobs. And then Jim is, as usual, passing through to 2-3 other jobs. So Nina Wopida. Jim.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Jesse, and it's great to see you all again. I think I've met most of you, but the last time I was formally in front of the council was in December, so I realize we have a new group and a great group of leaders, and I thank you for taking a few minutes with us today. As Jesse mentioned, my name is Jim Paris. I'm part of a group of people who bought Consolidated Construction back in 2006. And back in 2015, we realized we had grown the business to the point where we needed to expand our leadership team. And so Brian is part of our next generation of owners. I'm third generation, first non-family, by the way. Brian now is part of the fourth generation, and really one of the people who is driving our company kind of into our future. And so we are equal partners and have been for a number of years. My role here and for our business is really to serve as our representative, really our leader in serving all of our tribal customers, including, of course, the work that is now finishing up, as well as the work we've recently done for the Standing Rock Reservation. I'm also up working for the 3 affiliated tribes. And tomorrow I'll actually be up around Devil's Lake, partly to look at review the progress on the new Oberon Elementary School, which is part of the Spirit Lake, or on the Spirit Lake Reservation. Coincidentally, that same elementary school, by the way, we were hired by a man by the name of Dr. Lane Asher, who was the superintendent of schools in Oberon at the time, and of course has since now taken on a leadership role here at the college. So I'm going to stop by and visit with Dr. Asher as well, and understand that he's part of your prioritization process for this next round of Recovery Act funding. And so I commend you for the process you're going through, and I think you may recall that's kind of where we left it back in December, is kind of from our perspective as builders, kind of what we suggested might be a good process for you to employ as you consider your priorities for the next round of funding. So my compliments to the council for the process you're going through there. I'm really just here honestly as a customer service visit. I always start in all humility with a thank you to you, to everybody we've worked with. We've truly, I think, are accomplishing a lot together. And I think you will realize the benefit of these facilities for generations to come. And I regret that I can't join you for the celebration on Friday morning over at the daycare. I think you'll be pleased with what you see, and I hope you can participate in that ribbon cutting. Brian Vincent will represent us, as will our project manager, Brett Christofferson, and frankly, they're the ones who deserve the credit for the good work that's been done. I'm really here today to really understand, number one, what will it take for Consolidated Construction to finish these projects well for you? You know, we are going to be wrapping up here in about 2 months by the end of May. Number two, what can we do better next time? We sincerely value the relationship that we've built with the tribe. We've learned a lot, and that's only going to make us better for the next opportunities that may come our way. And then finally, just trying to get an understanding of what you may need as you consider your priorities for the next round. And you may be aware we're actually getting some bids now on the what we call the phase 3 of the COVID building, the behavioral health wing. And we will be presenting those bids to Jesse and his team when Brett and Brian are meeting with them later on this week. So again, I regret I can't personally be here on Friday, but I just had a conflict I could not break. And know that I'll be here with you in spirit, and certainly I'm very appreciative of the great things, and I look forward to the. I wish I could see the looks on the kiddos' faces, right, when they come storming in there for the first time. So anyway, thank you again. With that, I'm here at the pleasure of the council. If there's any questions or concerns you have, please let me know, and would offer to join you for lunch if you're so inclined.
Any comments or questions coming from leadership at this time? Just a reminder that if you could join them. Oh, go ahead, Madam Secretary.
I just want to thank you for taking on these big projects and simultaneously getting them done. I think we're one of the only tribes that actually have something visibly to show for all the CARES Act money that we received, and something that's going to be sustainable and reusable. You know, the COVID facility will transition into the treatment center and long-term sober living, and I'm really happy with it, and I'm really happy for the kids in the new daycare. And I'm anxious to see their faces too when they see the big play area that's going to be in the center there, center of the room. So I really appreciate your work and your kindness, and you were all very much a pleasure to work with, and look forward to future.
Thank you.
And thank Jesse, for being that project leader to keep things moving. Thank you, Jesse.
Jesse's a great liaison between the council and ourselves. If we have a question, or need a contact person, I think he knows everybody on the planet. If you need to know where the Tic Tacs in town are at, he can find them. He can find LP gas. He can find a log chain, whatever we need. He's the guy that can do it, and we really appreciate that help here. But yes, we appreciate everything that you've given us the opportunity to complete so far, what we are completing, and the opportunities that we've got in front of us to continue this project together and multiple projects together. So we do appreciate your support, and our phones are always on if you need anything. Once again, we appreciate it.
Thank you, and also too, I want to make a quick comment too. I don't know how much Jesse shares our ancestors' language with you, but when he was making that speech, he was actually repenting of his sins under the thunder beams.
Well, that's a pretty short speech. It's good. It's good you didn't ask me to do that, Chairman.
So again, Jesse, thanks for walking beside the programs out there and also continuing to let us know what's going on too. I appreciate it.
Thank
With
you.
that, Council, I know we're gonna take a lunch break, but last night, Madam Vice Chair informed me, so I wanted to put her on the schedule, and also too, I contacted the Tribal Secretary. She wants to do a half an hour presentation to the leadership. That way, we come back from lunch at 1:30. Then member Ross Hansen, we're gonna have a roundtable with him at 2 o'clock with the city council and the mayor on the water issue. So that's gonna be at 2 o'clock. So with that, we're gonna be taking a break. Thank you. Lunch is at Rosie's, right?
Yep.
You can order on top shelf of the menu.
Authorize me to initiate a contract for CFO services. Our current CFO is going to be out for a significant amount of time, so I'd like to request contract services for interim CFO. Legal is working on that consultant contract right now. It will be with REDW. We already have a current contract with them. We will be, and they would be able to provide us this type of assistance and technical support in a pinch, and we're kind of in a pinch. I do have my office presenting council with the most recent audit, where you're going to see that we do have some outstanding reoccurring concerns that do need attention. Also, you will be getting a copy of the reconciliation report, which will show you exactly which accounts have not been reconciled and do need the guidance of this position. This is a very vital position within our financial structure, and we really need to have that filled. So I'm at this time requesting a motion of support for me to go ahead and pursue with that consultant contract. And I will bring it back around when we're complete. If we can have a special meeting, Mr. Chairman, maybe tomorrow to review it. If I get it tonight, then I can email it to everybody for your review, and then if we can meet on it tomorrow, because his effective date is tomorrow.
And if we do meet tomorrow, we got a round table for the PEGI issue. I think it's at 10 to noon, if I'm corrected. And also 2 in the afternoon, we're scheduled for a round table for...
We gotta look.
12 or 1?
Either we could do it in the morning before 10 o'clock or in the afternoon.
Let's try the afternoon. Let's.
So what time is our roundtable tomorrow?
At 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock?
There's a roundtable at 10.
Yep. Yes. On.
What's your time frame that you want to help, you guys come in to help your program?
It sounds like at the end of July, but it's hard to say, and I'd like to talk more about that in a roundtable. You know, yeah. And that's getting worked on. So, and legal's working on that, and I'm hoping to have that this evening, and then I can email it to everybody for your review. And then also what I'd like to introduce is the contract for the software solutions upgrade to our accounting system. And I believe that this software is going to help better, help us report better and have these reports streamlined and everything for all of us and for council to meet your guys' requests and needs. And if you would like, I can also schedule a demo where they can come in and demonstrate this. This is the software that Old Agency Council Rep talked about, and he did do a demo for previous council when we first came in, and we were introduced to it, and it is a good software. And so I'd like to move for these 2 motions tomorrow, but I'd like to give the information tonight so you have time to consider. Review and consider. And I do have my staff still making copies, because when something can go wrong, it will go wrong, and my printer just went out. So we had to go find another printer to make sure we get you the handouts.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what's the funding source for this? The consultant as well as the...
I have it in my budget, consultant budget.
Coming out of your office?
Yes.
Thank you.
Susie?
Lisa, does that new software, does it link all your programs that are needed to tie all the financials together? See, that's what's important. If you have more than one program and you have to link them together to create your reports, that's what's going to slow down the reporting thing. But if they're all included, then that's probably even a better way to do them and quicker.
And I would really love to do a demo for you guys so you can ask questions and get familiar with that. And I would really love to set that up for you if that's something you'd like.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Dallas?
Can I get a motion?
Oh. Dallas?
So, Red Lily's already under contract. So then, like, on the timing of fees, we pay them an extra amount of money, $214,561 to start our project. Is that something we're already paid with because of the contract? Or
No.
that-
Are you talking about the software? So that, the draft contract here, this one is introducing the software. So this is going to be, this is what we talked about. You know what I'm saying? And then my letter of request is just if I can get a council motion allowing me to go ahead and draft this contract.
So is there
For
two
your-
or did I just get 2 copies?
You may have gotten two.
You probably got 2 the same copies, probably.
Yeah. As soon as legal's working on that right now, and then once it's done, I'd email it to you tonight, and then we revisit it tomorrow. Yeah. So do I need a motion, or do I wait for tomorrow? Okay, all right, I could do that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to ask if we can, since our guests are here, if we could talk about this tomorrow, because there is one other issue, one very pressing issue that I don't want to discuss in front of our guests. So if we could do that tomorrow at what time?
Tomorrow afternoon, I'll double check the time because we're supposed to have another roundtable. Slip my mind, I gotta look on the schedule.
Okay.
Tomorrow afternoon, I say
Okay.
2:30.
Okay.
2:30. All in here, because the space.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, also, I would respectfully ask that we not schedule meetings or going into session for Friday if at all possible. My cousin passed away, so I will be in Wapton at a funeral, and I don't want to leave Lake Traverse unrepresented. And that funeral is on Friday. So
Yeah,
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
it'll be Thursday. Asking everybody present at that roundtable, which we are, especially with the PEGI issue, what direction that we want to focus on.
Yeah, in the past,
And also too, we got another tribal member that's a funeral that's happening too. Thursday.
yeah, so if there's nothing, if we could,
Yes.
Friday. Thank you. I just need Friday, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else, Madam Vice Chair?
No, sir, I just want to thank council for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. At this time, there's no further business. Motion to adjourn. So moved by Buffalo Lake. Second?
Second.
Second by Lake Traverse. Call for vote. Get that, Lindsay? We got a motion to adjourn. Yeah. Okay. So scheduled a roundtable at 2 o'clock is a city assistant, and this is gonna be the water issue. And if you guys are ready, are you guys waiting for some more membership?
We're the members of our city council that are planning to come up here. Paul Stapleton is the president of our council, and I'm Mayor Terry Gass.
Okay, so you guys ready to speak with them?
Yes.
Come front.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But if you guys could, everybody could join the mayor, everybody in the front. We'll go around and introducing our stuff, then we could do introductions on your half of city assistant.
Okay.
thank you. We appreciate your guys' time and appreciate you guys coming to meet with us. And sometimes we have to meet with you guys' assistant too. I know we met with the city assistant regarding our warming house. So I know Madam Secretary is very appreciative of you guys helping out with the warming house, especially extending the hours and keeping our membership warm in those cold evenings. So we appreciate that. And with that, I'm going to go around introducing our council here. Right now, I'm going to start off to the right. We got Curtis representing Long Hollow District. And next to Curtis, we got Gypsy Juana representing the Haipa District,
Hello.
also known as Veblen. And we got Old Agency District member, Junior Kirk. I think he should pop up. He's around here somewhere, if not having a late lunch. And right next to myself, we got Madam Vice Chair, and that's Lisa Jackson. These are money persons. So. Myself, Delbert Hopkins Jr. here. Right next to me, we got Madam Secretary, Myrna Thompson. And right next to her, we got Dallas Owen representing the Anderson District. And we got Susie representing Big Coulee District. And right next to her, we got Buffalo Lake representing, Louis Johnson representing Buffalo Lake. Yeah. And you got Dion Crawford representing Lake Traverse District. So I'll turn the floor over to you so you can introduce yourselves to us. And just keep in mind too, we got new council members here too.
Okay. How much time were you planning on allowing for this today?
We got a whole hour.
Okay, good, okay.
Because we got a representing, Gypsy has to leave at 3 o'clock.
Okay, as I indicated earlier, I'm Mayor Terry Jaspers, and I guess I'll probably end up doing probably most of the speaking here to begin with, and then we can get into some questions and answers and dialogue, if that's okay with you. So I'll defer maybe to the other members up here, and they can introduce themselves. Paul?
Paul Stapleton. Nice to meet you all.
Ross Henson, IHS.
Lenny Wagner, IHS.
And on behalf of ourselves to leadership, we appreciate you guys coming and that we may work together now and to the future. And also too, and if you guys need to speak into the mic, please do so because believe it or not, you guys are being viewed by our membership out there. So that's what we got our Yapa Hall back there recording us.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. I was willing and prepared to come to last week's council meeting, but I am glad that we're able to get together here today and have this roundtable. I guess for maybe the benefit of the tribal council and for the benefit of the tribal members out there that may be watching, maybe I can talk a little bit about, our city government, how it kind of works and what the similarities may be, with the tribal form of government. Our city council is made up of 6 councilmen, and we have 3 wards within our city of Sisseton. And there are 2 councilmen or council persons that represent each of those wards. And we have city elections every year, and our terms as on the city council are 2 years. So we got staggered terms. So how our members are elected to the city council is they circulate a nominating petition 45 days prior to our election, which is typically in April of each year. So incumbents can continue to run by circulating that petition. Other people that are interested in serving on the ward can circulate a petition. If there's more than one valid petition filed at our city finance office, then there is an election. We will have a city election in the city of Sisseton next Tuesday, and there will be a council person elected in wards 1 and 2. The Ward 3 position held by Delray German was uncontested. The mayor is up for election every 2 years. I was not opposed in my position, or I filed the necessary nominating petition, and no other nominating petitions were filed. So that's how our election process works. We have quite a diverse council. We have members of our council that served for many years. We have a council person that is just in her first term. We have men and women that serve on our council. We have a tribal member that serves on our city council. So, we do have a diverse group of people representing the city, and all of us on the city council have other jobs. I've worked in the farm lending business for nearly 40 years of my life. I have also operated a farm near Buffalo Lake that was in my family for years. I moved to this community a number of years ago, and I found it to be a very good community to raise my family. And I chose to serve in public office because I wanted to find some way that I could give back and serve my community. So I became interested in serving on the city council, and I ran and was elected in 1998 for the first time on the city council. And I served on the city council for 15 years prior to becoming the mayor. And I've been the mayor of Sisseton for 8 years. Other members have served on our city council for many, many years. All of us serve with the idea that we're trying to make our community better. We're trying to serve our community and make a difference. We are paid a minimal salary, for our position. I receive approximately $500 a month to serve as the mayor of Sisseton. Our city council members receive about half of that. My employer requires me to take vacation time when I am on officially city business. So today, here this afternoon, as far as my employer is concerned, I'm on vacation. This is an important thing for me to do, to meet with you as a city council, and I'm willing to sacrifice, my time and my vacation time to do that. And our other members of our city council, are full-time employees as well, and some of them are retired. So that's the background, of our city council that serves the city of Sisseton. We hold meetings once each month, regular meeting. Some of you have attended those meetings, and the public is welcome to all of those meetings. They're public meetings. They're on the second Monday of each month. Due to open meeting laws, and I believe in the memo that was sent to the council, a reference was made to open meeting laws, in the state of South Dakota, in order for us to meet as a elected city council, where 3 or more members of our council are present, we're required to notify the public that we're meeting. We're also required to publish an agenda of the items that our council will be discussing at that particular meeting. And we can only act on those items that are on our city council agenda. So, and then also at all of our city council meetings, we do allow a time for public input. So if there's a concerned citizen out there that has an issue that they would like the city to address, they can certainly bring it up during that time at our city council meeting. And we encourage attendance from the public at our city council meetings. They have been live streamed, and recently we've obtained some equipment that enables people to participate via Zoom in the COVID environment that we're at. So we've expanded that capability to involve the public in our meetings. So one of the primary functions of the City Council is to, of course, provide and oversee services that are provided to the citizens of Sisseton. And the primary part of our budget is used for both public works, which is maintaining the streets, those types of things, and public safety, which would be our police department and our fire department. We have about a little over $2 million budget, $2.2 million budget in our general fund. The majority of the funding for that budget comes from both property tax and sales tax. Those are the majority of the sources of our income to run our city. We pass a budget ordinance each year, and that becomes the primary guide for how we are stewards of the people's money. And we can't spend any more than what we have in our budget in any particular year. So that's the way we operate as a business. As the chairman and secretary may have referenced earlier, from time to time, we have to deal with changes in ordinances or with requests for variances or special uses. When those things come up, we're required to notify the public that these things are coming up. We're required to notify adjoining property owners that these issues are coming up. So we then hear from the public during a special session at those meetings, from the people that are affected, by it, from the people that are proposing something. So we weigh all of those facts and make a decision based on the facts and how it relates to our ordinances. Sometimes we're not able to please everybody that's involved in these requests, but the council makes a decision that they feel that is the best for the community based on the facts that we have. But always we listen to people and we try to explain, if we're not able to approve what they're requesting, the reasons why we're not able to. We owe that to the public, and we try to do that. So I guess in addition to our general fund, the city really operates 4 different entities within its realm that also provide some services to our community. We operate a city liquor store, and the city liquor store, the profit from that goes to help generate funds that go to our general fund. Many of those times it's to replace equipment, provide for our general operating expenses. We make transfers from that fund. Also, we have our water department, our sewer department, and our sanitation department, or our garbage pickup. We provide those additional services to all the members of our city. And we try to manage those in such a way that the rates are reasonable, but yet we're responsible in how we manage those funds so that we are setting aside some money for replacement and reserves. So when it comes to some of the things that we're proposing now, like replacing our water, treatment plant, and sewer, we're not asking, for all the money. We've set aside part of the money already on our own accord, and we're doing that in such a way so we don't have to, when we have to replace these things, we do not have to finance them 100%. So we try to manage those entities in that way. And we work with city engineers, and they've always told us that the city of Sisseton has some of the lowest cost utilities of all of the communities that we've dealt with and serve in parts of the state. And we've done our own checking with some of the other surrounding towns. And our water and our sewer and our garbage services are some of the lowest or most affordable of many of the cities around us. So, which leads us to, planning to the future. We as a city get together at least annually and review our capital improvement priorities. Things that the city needs and try to prioritize them. So with the limited resources that we have financially, we can best allocate those resources for the item that we need the most. This coming year, we will be recoding or repainting our water storage facilities. It's been a number of years since we've done that. We're going to do that. We're the normal course of business. We've got money set aside in order to do that. But we do have some additional large projects that are coming up, namely the water treatment plant that we have here in Sisseton. That plant was first constructed nearly 50 years ago, and it's nearing its useful life. And we've done a detailed study with our engineering firm and looking at all the data that's available to us. The most prudent decision is for us to look at replacing that facility. In addition to that, we've looked at our sanitary sewer system, and fortunately we were able to work with the tribe a number of years ago in securing funds through the sanitary facilitation program through IHS that allowed us to be able to bring some outside sources to help with a digital survey of our sanitary sewer system. So now as we go forward here and look at replacing our sewer system down the road, we are able to prioritize where best to allocate limited resources. But we've identified that our water treatment plant is our is our top priority for us to proceed forward. So our city council did take action to authorize going forward with the engineering for a new city water treatment facility and to look at the bid process. So in working with or discussing with Ross Hansen through IHS and working with him in the past on a project, we became aware that there is the possibility of, at least anyway, for the IHS to, potentially work with the city in order to bring outside sources available, outside money that would not detrimentally affect the tribe in any way, bring outside money and help potentially with this project. And what we'd be asking for here from the Tribal Council is your authorization in order for him to proceed with seeking out those sources through his programs that would enable the direct benefit to all the tribal members in our community. And there's a formula that's used that determines, how much potentially outside money could come into the area to help, with the replacement of the water treatment facility in Sisseton. Likewise, it's true down the road when we look at our sewer replacement, that program potentially could be available. So I think maybe there's a little misconception out there in that what we're asking for is authorization for him potentially to go forward and bring some of those outside resources to bear for the direct benefit of tribal members in our community and have those monies go towards the construction of the new water treatment facility and then down the road replacement of water or sewer lines within the city of Sisseton. So I guess that's the nature of our request, in addition to communicating to you, how we approach, city government. And I'm open to any questions, and I'll do my very best to answer any questions that you or any of the tribal members may have.
Any questions, comments coming from leadership?
Yes.
I'm going to go to Susie, then I got Mr. Kompeska raising his hand back there.
Are you able to give us numbers on how many tribal members reside in the city of Sisseton compared to your non-tribal population?
I know that Ross has worked with our finance officer in kind of making that determination. He's better equipped to answer that than I am.
Just simply off of the recent U.S. Census, it's 51% tribal population. Based on the U.S. Census, so 51%. I can email that. I mean, anybody else can look it up, but I can email it to you tomorrow. It's just public.
Anything else, Susie?
Also, how many of those people have actually owned homes in Sisseton?
Based on our basically street knowledge, we're both me and Len are from the area. Just based on our street knowledge, about 195 homes that are owned. That we know of. If we really shook the trees, we're thinking probably more. But we don't want to over exaggerate. So and that's just in the main square of town.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kompeska, you had your hand raised?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Pesca. I used to work for LTEC and I used to be a housing maintenance worker. I used to work with Ross too, with both programs. So when I was working with IHS Housing, one of the issues that came up was that we were running into tree roots being broken into the sewer system, so we had to hire Ross to bring the auger in and clean them all out. But when talking to Ephraim, he said that between the tribe and the state, there's 100-year using water easement, and the lease is up. So we want to go forward with this and being 51% of the majority. Maybe we need to look into switching these lands over to trust. That way we can get more federal funding and it won't affect you guys.
Thank you, John. Anything else coming from the council or execs? You have any questions? I'm going to turn the floor over to the Madam Secretary. We got Mr. German's daughter over there that raised her hand. Then I'm going to go back to John.
I missed the presentation by Ross previously. Could you just recap that for us as far as how this is going to work?
Sure. I don't speak nearly as well as Mr. Mayor did, but basically, we started this a long time ago, and what we could fund according to our IHS criteria is about 30% of the construction costs. It's approximately what we can fund. We had our SDS meeting where we talked about all the tribe's water and sewer projects. It happened to be scheduled during a special session, so you guys couldn't attend. We rescheduled it. Shortly thereafter that, it was, I think it was in February, we rescheduled it, and we talked about all the projects, and this one was included. And in the past, we talked about it hadn't been supported by the tribe, and we went around the table, and it seemed like we got the head nods that it was going to be supported. And so there was a letter requested from the tribe from the assistant to the tribe. So that letter, exchange took place, and then the assistant did receive a letter back, and so we're just trying to figure out what the decision is. That's pretty much my presentation. We talked a little bit about housing numbers, but I kind of repeated those same numbers just now. Is there anything else I missed with people that were already here last time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad you came out. I'm glad to meet you both. So at first, when we first talked about this, I thought, yeah, these are resources that are available, and it will benefit tribal members. And then some of the discussion came where people were concerned because that we have the tribe has property in the city of Siston, and we've been prevented from using some of our property as we see fit or as we would like because city council didn't agree with it. I know that we have a house that the tribe had wanted to use for pregnant women who are struggling with substance use disorders, and I think that was denied by the city. With the warming house, there had been quite a few conditions that were put down, and so that kind of left an uneasy feeling. And I think from my perspective, the tribe, when I think about our tribe and our tribal government and the amount of revenue that we generate just as a tribe, and the amount of money that is spent in the city of Siston and in Roberts County, we are a great benefit. We are not only a great benefit as a government, but our tribal members are a great benefit. And when you look at this plan, the non-tribal community is really going to benefit from having tribal member neighbors. And I think that sometimes as a lifelong member of this community, sometimes I think we as tribal members don't feel that we're viewed as a benefit. And as the tribe, I think sometimes we don't feel that we're viewed as being those good neighbors. That that we even this kind of relationship, this is our headquarters, and but I think this is, I don't know, and I don't know if the council has, if we've ever had any, because I'm new, I've only been here since January, so I don't know if there's been any meetings where we're talking, or if there's communication with our chairman, from the city government. And so I will just say I'm in favor of this, but I want to see, I would really like for the people of Siston to know, that we bring a great amount of asset and benefit to the city of Siston. And I think that that's, and when we have something, and when the tribe comes, and Madam Secretary normally is the one who, because she oversees all of our social programs, our educational programs, the health and human services. So oftentimes it's probably going to be her that comes and speaks to you. But, I really want to know that we as a tribe, if we want to use our property in a certain way, that we're going to have the support of the city council. We're not just a financial benefit. We provide a lot of services to our members, and so I think maybe building those relationships is important, and that's a two-way street. I mean, this road, BIA 700 goes into Siston, but it also comes out, out to agency as well. So,
well, your concerns are duly noted. I guess maybe an example of maybe how we really did work together well is that, going back to the warming shelter. Initially, it kind of started out with the homeless shelter at the Carnegie Library, and that didn't turn out so well, and nobody wanted a repeat of that. So that's why we looked at, initially having our, like I had indicated earlier, our special hearing. We heard from the tribe members, we heard from the neighbors, and we put a plan in place that was workable for the whole community. That's how the process works. We listened to everybody that's affected by this. And the city made a decision to go forward with that with limited hours to begin with. We had a review process in place that we took a look at it periodically to see if it was working on both sides. We did that, and we came to the conclusion that we need to make a change with this. So we invited the tribal members to come back and look at us making and adapting a change that allowed for 24/7 occupancy at determination of the tribe, depending upon the weather and those types of things, to give them more flexibility. So there's a case, where, we listened and we enacted something that worked for everybody in the community in accordance with our ordinances. You mentioned, previously the shelter for pregnant women. We had the same hearing on that. We heard from the neighbors, we heard from the tribal representatives there, and, we had to make a decision as a city council. What is the best, for that particular neighborhood? At that time, we felt that there was another alternative location that was better suited for that, being the orphanage, or near the orphanage where the Oblate Fathers lived at one time, that was being occupied by the, I think, Teoshpazina employees, from what I understood. So, the house that was in question, I think the city council had a question: why couldn't the house be used for those folks to reside and have the facility that was once the Oblate residence be used for the pregnant members of the tribe that needed assistance? And, that was the rationale, and that's what I think I voiced at the meeting. That's why the decision was made, because we had heard from people that would be affected by it in the neighborhood. So, again, going back to what I'd indicated earlier, we can't necessarily agree probably on everything, but we're willing to listen, and we're willing to compromise whenever we can in accordance with our ordinances. But we listen to everybody in the community. We listen to all members of our community.
You finished now?
Yes.
well, and I would just say, do those neighbors, do those people in the neighborhood, do they have the resources to fund this water project? They probably don't. So, I think, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming. I really do. I really do. Those things, even though at the time they may seem to be the responsible thing for, and what the neighbors want, if our tribe stopped spending money in the city assistant today and went on a 30-day, you'd feel it. You'd definitely feel it. And so, and if tribal members stopped spending money in the city assistant with the tax revenues, you'd feel it. So I think where I'm coming from, and I'm trying to be very delicate, but I think you need to understand as well that we know what we bring to the table.
It's recognized.
And I think that's kind of all we want to know. We want to know that. And I would like to know that that's being communicated to your membership as well. Because I think we bring a lot, we probably built the table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dallas, representing SWO. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate Dion's words. And just to go off of that, this question is for you, Ross. Can you give me the ballpark number of the total cost of this project just for the public?
That, just based off the capital improvement plan for the water treatment plant, you're around $4 million.
It's approximately $4 million for the water treatment facility that we're looking at, planning for in 2021 with construction potentially in 22. And we're estimating potentially about $6 million for our wastewater improvement project, which would be the sanitary sewer system. That's a phased project.
And then, Ross, how much is IHS kicking in?
According to the IHS criteria, it's about 30% of what's open. And basically that comes from the commercial flow, and then after you take out the commercial flow, you split up the residential flow based on elevation.
Did you say 3%? 30%.
And then I'm guessing City Council has kicked around this number. How much are you guys covering out after that 30?
As far as funding the water treatment plant is concerned, our plans are to use $1 million that we have set aside in our water fund, to take $2 million from our general fund, and if this resource, approximately $2 million, and look at the IHS resources for the balance. So we're hoping to completely fund the construction of our water treatment facility and take on no debt and have a minimal cost increase to any of our users within the city or outside the city, whoever users.
So just lumping that together, 10 million, and sorry if I misheard you. So out of the 10 million, IHS will cover 30%, and then the city will put out 3 million.
When it comes to the water treatment facility, that's what our intent is, approximately that amount. We won't know until the bids actually come in on that.
Yeah, this is
and when it comes to when it comes to the sewer project, that is very preliminary. More than likely, when we're looking at the resources there, the city may indeed have to end up borrowing some money to complete that project. We have some of our own resources to use for that, but we potentially have the ability down the road to borrow funds for that project as well.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Go ahead, Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right after her, I got tribal member shaking his head out there. I missed him. Sorry about that.
So last time we talked, or last time you were here, we discussed that this would be no cost to the tribe, and that it wouldn't take away from current needs that IHS will be covering for current, the plan that you had for the Veblen and all the different ones. That it will not take away, it will be additional from federal sources. So it will not, there will be really essentially no impact on the tribe or IHS or other tribal members who are going to be getting water resources through the IHS funding that you.
Yeah, I can kind of try to clear that up a little bit. So every year we have our SDS list, which basically is SDS is sanitation deficiency system, and that's the water, our water and sewer funding mechanism So, an example of, Long Hollow needed the water storage tank. We recognize that, working with LTC real closely, recognize that they needed the water storage tank. We entered that into our SDS system, and then it scored high enough because it was a high enough need, because there was different factors that go into scoring. It was a high enough need, high enough score that was funded, and then once the funds come in, then we go through with, design and construction. So if we had 10 Long Hollows, they would be all on the list, and they'd probably all get funded if they all are scoring in that range. So that's how I'm saying that it's not like one thing out there. Because if we don't have any projects on the list, then we just don't simply get funded. I don't know if I explained that well enough. So the more projects we get on the list, the more funding that we're going to get. And
Sorry, Ross. There's another hand was raised back there. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Governor. I got a question for the mayor. Are you knowledgeable in the county land?
I didn't hear the question.
Are you knowledgeable in the city's land easement with the tribe, the 100-year land easement?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, because before we make any deals, we already made a deal with the county to do this. And that was their responsibility. And it wasn't cool to wait until the 100-year period was over before you guys came after this. That's not cool because we already made it, and it was your guys' responsibility to take care of this infrastructure in the town. It's your guys' responsibility, but since we passed the deadline, we need another agreement. You guys need to look into that with the housing authority. Because it is out there. I talked to Ethan about it. It's out there. Maybe Ross knows about it. I'm not too sure. Do you know about it? I would look into that before you guys did anything. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ross. Sorry.
I can't remember what I was saying. I think we're all
Okay. Curtis?
I have a few questions, I guess. So, I reside in Sisseton. We own our own house. Our taxes are going up like every year. So I guess my question is, what are you guys doing with your tax money?
The city levy has not gone up since 2014. We have remained at $775,000. So if your taxes are going up in the city of Sisseton, it's not due to the city of Sisseton's levy. Our levy has stayed the same since 2014. We have not changed it. We have not increased it.
So is that allocated to something?
It goes into our general fund.
Okay.
Or I explained that earlier, our primary source of revenue in order to offer public works and public safety are property taxes and sales taxes. Property taxes are $775,000 of a $2.2 million budget. Sales tax are about $1.1 million.
So the other question I have is, if we're gonna use this money, is it gonna cause like the tribe as a whole is it gonna put us back on grants, future grants, going after those? I mean, I don't know if anybody has a good answer to that question, but
I think I know what you're asking here. You're asking if the IHS is allowed to participate in this project, is it gonna hurt the tribe?
Yes.
In the future? And the answer is no.
Okay.
There's nothing anywhere that says, the SWO tribe can only have 10 projects in 5 years or something like that. There's nothing like that. Or
Okay.
any limit on the total amount of funds.
okay, thank you.
I guess one.
No, go ahead, Ross.
So, and just to recap, again, this is just step one. I still have to get it in my system, and it has to score high enough to get funding. So, even if we do say, yeah, let's do this, I can't say that it's gonna get funded. I hope it does, but, I think it's, the system is set up for tribal member homes, and the one community that has the most tribal member homes is Sisseton, tribal member owned homes. I think of all the other communities, when it comes to home ownership, I think Sisseton has the most, when we compare to everybody else. And that's really what the system is set up for.
Jesse, we got a district chairman over there, Jesse Larson, representing Old Agency District since Old A representative was coming in late, so he got most of the issues done.
Oh, now, I got a question for the mayor and then for Ross. One with the mayor as an 8-year employer of housing, and I think Louis can attest as a board member, and Roy can attest as a housing manager, is that at the housing on the north side of Sisseton, there's no meter system. So if there's leakage in the city of Sisseton, the housing ends up paying for that. We have no way to detect, even if it's not on our property, if it's leaking anywhere in the city of Sisseton, where it's not metered, we get that bill. And that was a complaint of Ethan Redder, 35-year facility manager for the housing, and it never got addressed by the city department. That's something that you can take back to the boys and have a look at that. But we always felt that we were paying for all the leakages in the city that were not metered. But that was a complaint of our agency at housing. So that could be fixed. That could be addressed by putting water meters going into our housing system, north system. That would be good. I don't know what the situation is at IHS. That is all metered and billed. I'm assuming so too, but I'm not too sure.
We go into 1 meter at the IHS facility. We charge, for 1 meter going into that housing unit.
So IHS must be being separate.
And but IHS housing there as well, what I'm saying, is that goes into 1 meter for bulk use. And
Okay, so then the next thing is, what I brought up was the fact that housing north system is unused. And we get billed for all the trade leakage in the city. And that has been a complaint for people that are all these years, probably on record at the maintenance shop. The second question is for Ross. You're talking about percentage of need of projects. We got needs out here that they will not affect the need we have out here, Market Hill, sewer or water.
I try, everybody knows, and I've been estimates that they try hard to get our projects done here. Over the last many years or so, it's been about $10 million that we brought in. So we try, I try hard, and this one would just be another one that would bring more money to the area. But I know the tribe may have some opportunity, possibly some opportunity that possibly I've heard some people doing this, holy money or something. If any of that money is not going towards water and sewer, please get me involved, because even if the tribe says, we want to do something regardless, what I just said, for sure you probably participate in some of it, Some things that we can't pay for, like our, strictly for commercial type buildings, there are systems set up for residential housing type stuff, but if we have some need that's considered commercial.
Excuse me, Ross, can you bring the mic over there?
Yeah.
Some of us can't hear.
Yeah.
Especially my age, my 45-year-old ears are aged.
So if any of those projects that the tribe wants to do, with water and sewer, with COVID money that may be coming up, for sure involve us so that we can leverage that money. If it's something for a commercial purpose that it's not 100% eligible for us, we most likely could, find a way to put it in our system where it would, benefit residential homes. So at least we could try, to supplement that funding and leverage whatever money that the tribe is getting. So anything with water and sewer, LTUC and myself should be involved in that to help bring more money to the area.
And as you know, too, Mr. Ross Hansen, one of our most important things before we even start building in the agency area elsewhere is our water.
Yes. Yep.
That's the main priority.
Yep. And I know there's a report out there that Helms is doing, and it's actually on my table right now. I'm reviewing it, and I hope to be able to provide some comment to that before they present it to the council, or at least have me present when they do present that.
Yes, we're still waiting for that report yet. Curtis, you had your hand raised?
Yeah. So, I know we got water issues too, so how is this gonna affect us guys too, at the tribe here?
Again, it goes back to the same situation. So, for example, the water storage in Agency Village, right now there's a 150,000 gallon tank that provides adequate pressure. When it comes down to fire flow for commercial facilities, it's a little bit lacking there. But for residential use, it's adequate. Agency Village uses about 60,000 gallons a day right now on average. When that threshold reaches less than 2 days of storage, so after Agency Village starts using more than 75,000 gallons a day, that would trigger a deficiency in our system that would be high enough to potentially fund a new water storage tank there. And, down the road in the future, if the water supplier, say Agency Village continues to grow and continues to grow, and the water supplier says, well, with our existing infrastructure, we can't supply any more water. Well, if it's going to bring more water directly to Agency Village, we can upgrade that system on their end as well, to provide more water. So, in short, I've been here for about 10 years, and I think for all those 10 years, almost every SDS meeting we talk about, the water storage situation in Agency Village. But the commercial fire flow is one thing that we have a hard time funding. But if the tribe says we want to get a pipe from the existing storage tank down to the detention center, regardless of, because we have to move forward on it, we probably could participate in some of that. But it wouldn't necessarily benefit all the residents, because of the water situation, for residents and Agency Village is adequate.
Okay, anything else from the leadership? Anything else on the city council part? Yeah, if you wanted to say anything.
Jesse Larson, if you could give me your contact information, I'll have our water superintendent, Gary Spencer, reach out to you and have a discussion on what you brought up. Okay.
Dion?
And just, we adjourned for today, but we are meeting again tomorrow, so, maybe we can, think and discuss and, and get back.
Yeah, we're going to go into session tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, we're going into session, so we'll talk about it.
Well, again, thank you very much for your time today and the ability to have this conversation and roundtable. I'm looking.
Before you guys leave, to Curtis's, his hand is up, but he wants to give you guys a hug, but I'm going to advise him not to. Hand all those hugs.
I just got one more thing. You guys are on a timeline?
Yeah.
Yes.
So our stuff for our SDS system is due in, I gotta know by May. I should probably know by May what the decision is in order to move forward. Okay. But if I know by May, that'll be enough.
Okay.
That'll be enough time.
All right.
Dion?
And just real quick, it'll be before May, I'm pretty sure, and again, I just really appreciate it, and I hope that you'll come out again and visit us, and maybe bring other council, maybe we can, do a picnic or something when the weather warms up, or something like that. It'd be nice to have more collaboration, because we both serve the same individuals, and so that I really think that, the different county governments and the city governments, I think it would be really positive for us to start collaborating and kind of like, breaking down some of these barriers. And I know Mr. Chairman referred to me as Mr. German's daughter, and I agree. However, I think that, well, I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to go off about my dad. But I think he's often very influential in some of, in bridging some of those gaps. And so I think that, that this is a positive, it's all good. It's all positive. And so
I think once
again, thank you very much.
Once we're past COVID, I think it'd be an excellent idea to maybe meet in Memorial Park, just on the edge of Sisseton, and just have a, so we will, if you have more than 3 council members there, we'll have to probably put a notice that it's a public meeting, but the purpose is to socialize, with the tribal council and do it in a more informal setting. I think that'd be wonderful.
And you mentioned the Memorial Park, council went on record that the Memorial Park is open.
All right.
Okay.
Kids will be happy.
Well, we appreciate you guys coming and hopefully we
Thank you very much.
This meeting together in this relationship.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Lenny Wagner. I work with Ross at IHS. Okay. Yep. Thanks, Curtis.
Thank you. Thank you so much
Yep,
for coming out
thanks,
again.
yeah.
Good to see you.